Yo, 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 what is up, my peeps? It's your main man Cop here. We are back with another awesome stream for you. Today we're going to be doing some Mythic plus Pugging. So pitter patter, let's get at her. Let's bring up the stream. Let's bring up the chat. Let's bring up the game. Let's mute Firefox so I can listen to tunes while we wait for skis. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Let's do it real quick, Bob. Get started. Forgot to pre-fill the spreadsheet. Let's get started, shall we? Oh, I had to fight and down, played until my fingers bled. It was the summer of '89. There we go, Mechagon Workshop. Only need 3 10s for the vault, and then we're going to move on and try getting into some 11s.
To prevent my father from eradicating all organic life, we need to gain entry into his subterranean fort. Luckily, the flying mechanical terror that patrols this region has a control
I like it.
module.
It's got 100% on mechanics.
Assaulting it head-on would be ill-advised, but disabling its remote power node should render it vulnerable.
We've got an Icy Death Knight and a Marks Hunter.
I've calibrated my sensors to detect them when you're in proximity.
So we're gonna root around through the garbage, looking for nodes that may not even be there? All while avoiding a flying death machine so that we can break into a fortress that has even more death machines?
Your assessment is accurate.
It was the summer of '89. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Judy got married. Who'd have known we'd never get far? I look back now, that summer seemed to last forever. And if I had a choice, if there was one, I'd be there. Those were the best days of my life. When you sit complaining, when you got a job to do, then at the drop-in, and that's when I met you, yeah. Even on your mama's porch, you told me that wait forever. You knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. No tanks and healers. Here's a healer. Resto Shaman. Ooh, look, an Unholy Death Knight that's also applying as a Blood Death Knight. Risky. Azrael healer. Risky. There's a Mistweaver Monk who's timed to 10. Somebody snatched him up before we could. There you go. There's a Prot Warrior who's done 10s and 11s. Thought that was Dick's Priest. Johnny used to work on the docks. start the recording. Ooh, I just noticed. I got to pick up stuff from the mailbox. Oh well. Go from selling my augment rune from the raid last night. Not that it matters really. This first pull always kills me. I don't know why. I just something about it always kills me. Got to keep plugging away and learning and getting reps in, I think.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the Robodrome.
Watch your step.
Wait, what's this? Surface dwellers are unwittingly
Interrupt.
into the arena! A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood!
Watch your step. Only the strongest survive.
See, told you.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Interrupt. Interrupt. Watch your step. A gift of power. Watch your step. Interrupt. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step.
This is a statistical anomaly. Our visitors are still alive. Time to introduce them to the legends of the Tussle Talks Arena. The Platinum Pummeler, and no mercy for you.
The city's entrance is located just past this arena. You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
Frontal.
I'm putting 20 large on no mercy.
Watch your step. AOE incoming.
I can't bet on a sure thing. I ain't really living.
Frontal. Watch your step. AOE incoming. A gift of power. Frontal. AOE incoming. Target you. Watch your step. Frontal. AOE incoming. Frontal. AOE incoming. Watch your step. Frontal. My power is trance. AOE incoming. Frontal. Target you. Watch your step.
But we're still throwing them out with the trash! 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 Trash!
AOE incoming. My power is transcendent. Share in it. AOE incoming.
Yeah.
AOE incoming. A gift of power. AOE incoming. Find shelter. Run out. Find shelter. A gift of power. Run out. Find shelter. Run out. Find shelter.
It'll take me weeks to rebuild him!
Warning, excessive levels of flesh detected.
Attention, citizens! Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
I didn't mean to pop Slen.
Of
Really didn't mean to pop Slen there.
So, you dismantled a few of my lesser inventions. Let us see how you fare against something more advanced.
AOE incoming. A gift of AOE incoming.
So, you possess some modicum of skill. It will prove insufficient against my
Stay away
newest
from lines.
prototype.
Stay away from lines. Watch your step. Stay away from lines. Stay away from lines.
The invaders have made it past the outer defenses. I want their stench removed from my city.
I have activated all civic defenses, my king. Rest assured, these organisms will be expunged from our metropolis.
Do not allow these bots to detect you. Remaining within the steam will shield you from their sensors.
A gift of power.
Oh, Theo, thank you so much. That really does mean the world to me. I'm happy to be seen by you, my friend. I'm happy to see you as well.
Welcome to my garden, trespassers! Looks like you could use meteor.
AOE incoming.
Oh no, not the flame canoe.
A gift of power.
Oh, plenty qualified to enter keys right now.
AOE incoming.
You can't handle the heat! Stay out of my garden!
Might not get invited to tens just yet, but you're plenty qualified for keys. 626. Like Metro likes to say, it's not really about your your eye level at that point. Even if people like to make it about your eye level at that point.
AOE incoming. A gift of... I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Deaths to the mind. So mad at myself. It's like I have blinders on in this key. Roaring Flame. I'm assuming that's this. I'm assuming I dipped into one of these little circles here.
AOE incoming.
Consider this your burn notice.
Stay away from lines. Stay away from lines. A gift. Stay away from lines. Stay away from lines. Stay away from lines. Stay away from lines.
We can commandeer that transport to access Mechagon's tower.
So,
Just remind me after the key, because I'll likely forget.
I'm impressed you made it this far.
You are no longer my father. Just a malfunctioning machine that must be shut down.
Poor child. If only you could accept the truth. The curse of flesh has run rampant across Azeroth, and I will replace it with mechanical purity.
AOE incoming. AOE incoming. A gift of power. AOE incoming. AOE incoming.
Wonder if he'll try to mind suit skip. Nope.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Hey, Warsaint, thanks for copping on by, buddy. Good to see you. I hope you are doing well as well. I don't remember, Theo. I know there was a
AOE incoming.
mount from one of these. I think you might be correct.
AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. A gift of power.
Thank you so much for watching and supporting.
AOE incoming. Watch your run out.
Reload my targeting system.
Watch your
Reload my targeting system.
watch your run.
Activating thruster.
you stay away from me. Darn.
You cannot elude my targeting system.
Targeting systems.
Watch your... My power is
But you... Yeah, I told him.
share in it.
You cannot elude my targeting system.
Watch your... Run.
Activating thruster. You cannot elude my targeting system.
Watch your... Phase 2.
You think you have defeated me? Fools! All you have done is dismantle a piece of furniture. You wish to test my true ordnance? Happily obliged.
Run out.
Magnetic grapple engaged.
Run. Keep moving. A gift of power.
Cannon fully charged. Cannon fully charged.
Run out.
Magnetic grapple engaged.
Run. Keep moving. You want
Nice.
nothing makes come.
The mech originator has been destroyed. And so has my father. You have my gratitude, heroes. Know that King Mechagon's vision of the world is not
Yeah,
one my
let's
people share. We must now focus on
stop
rebuilding.
the recording.
But if you ever require our
Put that on the
assistance, you need
spreadsheet.
only request it.
That's one. Okay. I'll have a look at your monkey in just a second.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Get over to my roost. Let's have a look. Let's go over to the store. This character. Into the website. Look up the character again. Weapon going. two-handed, which is what you're supposed to have for Windwalkers. Got your Cersei Circlet upgraded. Got a 2-set. Fix. I've got that turned on, so I'll go turn it on so you can see it. There we go. That's probably your biggest problem right there. That and your Season 1 pants. Might consider getting something crafted for one of those slots. Because you only really need 4 slots for your tier. So one of those slots is going to always... You probably want to craft something for one of the slots. And you can get... You should have sparks for like 4 different things by now. Like... You can see I've got one crafted there. I've got one crafted there. I've got one crafted there. And this week I crafted shoulders. Because it actually... Chest was the biggest upgrade if I crafted it. But I like the fact that all I lost by crafting that was some crit. And it gave me a bunch more verse. But you gotta look at your own character and decide which slot you want to craft. And honestly, until you start getting tier pieces, like good tier pieces, heroic and mythic tier pieces, you're probably not gonna want to invest your sparks in a slot you don't know that you're going to keep once you start getting into mythic gear. But yeah, it's looking good. I would just start doing keys. Like, keys and delves, just start hammering them. Because you should be easily able to do tier 11 delves. And tier 11 delves are going to get you... Gilded crests. Well, I think tier 7 delves give you gilded crests too. You'd have to check, but tier 11 delves definitely give you some of those. That solo content you can do in your own time by yourself. So that easily can get you a certain amount of those. Plus, that's where you want to use your map every week anyway. That's going to get you an extra piece of gear. You should immediately start getting enough stuff to kind of fill out the spots that are still either Season 1 or a little bit low eye level once you start doing Tier 11 delves. So maybe concentrate on moving up in delves. Don't start with Tier 11 because you can't. Work your way up. See what you can do. Maybe I'm, overestimating what you should be able to do, but I basically stepped into Tier 11 delves the first week of Season 1, or week 1 of Season 2, with 0 gear upgrades, and didn't find it much of a problem, so... If I can do it, so can you. Dark Flame Cleft, you say? Let's freaking go. Let me up that. Okay, let's see what we got. We have Metro Flavor Death Knight. Nice. The Holy Paladin, Frost, and Havoc. Demon Hunter, Flavor Death Knight, Laybud. That start recording. Or your blue box. Whew. Get her done. I wonder. I should sing that. Oh, that's why I don't like that one. The crap trinket. The very crap trinket. Very crap trinket. You have to stand still and channel it for 2 seconds. That's why it's so bad. We don't like to do that as monks. We don't like to stand still. So we can't use any other abilities while we're channeling. Is our healer coming? Two more 10s. We'll have the vault finished. Then we can look at getting Priory 10 done, getting that last portal. Then we can start looking at 11s. That should be today. We should be looking at 11. Depends on how hard Priory is to get an upgrade.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. A gift of power. Watch your step.
Base by 20%. Yes. Yes!
Watch your step. A gift of power. Watch your step. Watch your step. My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Fight what spear? Fight stupid.
Target change.
Card. Card.
Target change.
Card.
Of power.
One of my top.
Run. Target change.
Card.
I know this place.
can trust nobody. So mean. Quick, quick, faster, faster. I'll catch up.
Watch your step. My power is transcendent. Share in it.
I hate when I get stuck on the environment. It's annoying as heck.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. A gift of power. Watch your step.
Hurts, Cobalt.
Watch your step. A gift of power. Watch your step.
Alights. My fire hungers, and you shall feed it.
My power is transcendent. AOE incoming. Target you. My AOE incoming. Is transcendent. Share in it. you. Target you.
This is it. Court of Candor.
Frontal.
Teach him a lesson.
Knocking back. Watch your step. In front. Knocking back. Watch your step. Frontal. Knocking back. Watch your step.
A gift of power.
Flanking. Interrupt. Interrupt.
A gift
Interrupt.
of power.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
No! Ah. Stop. Don't be silly with standing and stuff.
Interrupt. 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 Watch your feet. Interrupt. 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 Interrupt.
No more Candle King. We can be free.
Hey, Turtle.
The darkness.
Yeah, it's not been the best for me either, buddy.
Cannot be time to flee. Flee to freedom. We can use Big Candle Cup to escape.
People are definitely being a bit extra picky about who and what they're inviting. Like, it's not even about comp at this point. I've seen people just invite eye level and that's just not helping.
Interrupt.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
That's why we need this WoW OP thing to take off. Because it's a merit-based scoring system. And it shows you what people are good at.
Interrupt.
You can say, well, he may not have done a 10 of this before, but he's done a 9 and he got 100% on mechanics. Like, you can't ask for more than that.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
I'll show you here. If you remind me after the key, I'll show you what I mean. It's essentially a merit-based scoring system. It's what Raider IO should be, but isn't.
A gift of power.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, that's... That Noggenfogger's Ultimate Deluxe. My understanding is it's not a very good trinket. I've got one, because I have pretty much every trinket that's possible. But there's just no good ones from Mythic Plus. It's all from the raid.
A gift of power.
Darkness descends.
Yes, it is. That Aya Kazan is nasty too.
Frontal. Interrupt. AOE incoming.
Consume.
Frontal.
Try and get swaggy here.
My power is transcendent. Share it. Interrupt. Frontal. AOE incoming.
I thought that was going to happen.
Frontal. Interrupt. Run out. A gift.
See how swag that is?
Frontal.
Be able to just teleport back.
AOE incoming.
Bring it in.
Interrupt.
See this? This is WoW OP's overall rating for the run we just did.
Better to light candle than curse darkness.
Just for damage and healing.
It's scary in there, but we must go in. But the darkness always returns.
Stop the recording. We'll put that on the spreadsheet, and then I'll show you real
Friends are
quick.
Best friends.
Real quick what that
Thanks,
looks
best
like.
friend.
What WoW OP looks like. Yeah, it really is. For sure, Turtle. I mean, Golem wants to play WoW too. Everybody wants to play WoW.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like you.
So I can just sell this. I've already got one over here. I'll just sell that. Okay.
Good fortune to our friends.
So say I'm targeting this handsome Windwalker monk, and then I mouse over him, and I see my overall rating for Windwalker is 60.5, where I'm getting, you know, 100% for mechanics, 73% for interrupts. So my interrupts are getting overridden. My DPS is absolutely horrible, but you can only do so much. So let's say instead I was considering, well, that person doesn't have any stats because I haven't been logged. There we go. That person right over there. Benched God X. Well, they've only done one run, but they did amazingly well. Look at that. Only had one run logged. They did 85% for damage, 100% for survivability, 100% for mechanics, 80% for interrupts, and that's a protection paladin. So that's in the 11 to 13 bracket. That is amazing. I would take that person in a second as my tank to be applied. Because I know he's going to do a good job. It's not just about score. Because I could get carried to a high 3K score or whatever, but it doesn't mean I'm good at the game. But that actually rates me based on what I've done. And let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can bring it over. It's got its own logging app, so you just have to turn on advanced logging in the game. And then you go like that, and we upload the keys. And we go to see if I can find it. WowOP.io. Log in, the Americas, click inspect. And there's the details for this run. And I can view detailed breakdown of what I did well and what I did poorly in that run. And it compares it to a spec for the roll, or for the roll difference, and for my particular spec. As you can see, I should be doing 1.9 million DPS. I did about 1.7, which, given that I don't use a very popular build, it's kind of expected. Interrupts per minute, I was doing almost an interrupt every minute. I got a 92% score on that. I had no heavy fails. In other words, I didn't die to anything stupid. So I got a 100% score on that. I had no deaths. So I did very well there. That would be a 100% score if they scored it the same way. I think there's currently looking at what people consider a death and what people consider a heavy fail, so they're still working on that. Look at me compared to, say, the Havoc Demon Hunter. Like, if you just look at the DPS chart, you'll see the Havoc Demon Hunter beat me by, 190k. But if we go down here, we look at, okay, the Havoc Demon Hunter had 2 heavy fails. So they failed mechanics really badly. A couple of times. They had 4.69 deaths per hour, so that just means they died twice in the dungeon, because it was under half an hour of the dungeon. They did really well at interrupts, 65.8%. And they did really well in damage. They were 1.984, which is higher than a Havoc Demon Hunter. Or no, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. I started looking at the Frost Mage. That's me up there. So, yeah. Damage per second, they had, you know, 1.9, which is about what I'm supposed to do, but it's lower than they're supposed to do. So they only scored 38%. Interrupts per minute, they got 1 interrupt every 3 minutes, it looks like. That's pretty bad. They had their 2 heavy fails, and which is their 2 deaths. By comparison, Frostmage did pretty good. Only, again, 2 heavy fails, 2 deaths, but had better interrupts. You can look at the tank. The tank had no deaths, no heavy fails, had really good interrupts, good damage, good healing, fully paladin. Yeah, it's definitely worth trying out. Like, you can see, this gives you an idea. I could, if I was looking at my performance and I could say, I did really well with everything, my damage needs to improve. I can look at my talents, I can look at what trinkets I've got and say, okay, this is what I need to do. You know, tank, same thing. Look at your Blood Death Knight tier. He looks at, wow, he did pretty good with interrupts. He didn't do very good compared to other Blood Death Knights, so you might look at concentrating a little bit more on interrupts. His damage was pretty good, but it probably could be better. You know, it's still a little bit below the median for that key level for that spec. Healing per second did amazing. No notes. Yeah, it's an amazing add-on. And they're still developing it. Anyway. Let's look. We need one more 10 to finish our get our vault, so let's grab one. Like I say, I cannot say enough good things about WowOP.io. Workshop, excellent. Head to workshop. This is good. This is a key I really need to work on. I was saying when we were doing this earlier today, I always seem to... Oh, by the way, this is up from WowOP.io as well. Also very useful because it says, okay, for this dungeon, these are the things that you can use to affect the dungeon. So for stop and slows, I got Ring of Peace and Paralysis. For a single target interrupt, I got Spear Hand Strike. I've got diseases I can remove with detox. And it's showing that I have spec'd into all these. And to remove an Enrage, I can spec into pressure points. I choose not to. And it's telling me that, hey, you should be spec'd into this to remove Enrage, because there are Enrage effects in this dungeon. A Fiery Mage, an Enhanced Shaman, and a Dix Priest. What's he saying? here. Start recording. Yeah. It's, every monk has it. It's up in here somewhere. Right there, pressure points. I have trouble making it work. Recognizing when there's an rage, all that kind of stuff. So I choose to put that point somewhere I find more useful. Oh, yes. It's new for this expansion. I was really excited about it, but once I got into the nitty-gritty of specking out my character for the War Within, I was like, you know what? I really can't afford that. Really can't afford that point. A lot of Windwalkers feel differently than me, though, so don't take my word for it. They're just better than me at using it.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I can admit that I have problems using it. Like I was saying, this dungeon is one I need to learn to do better at. As I, without fail,
In order to stop my father, we need
I
to infiltrate the
almost
city
always
itself.
die
And that means
on the
passing
first
through
pull.
the Robodrome.
What a matchup we've got tonight, folks! Sparks are going fly! Wait, what's this?
Watch your step.
Some surface rollers have gone widdly
Interrupt.
sideways into
Watch
the
your
arena.
step.
A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood!
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Just,
I simply wish you had lasted
like
a
that.
little longer.
Just like that. See? It's not a heavy
Watch your
fail for
step.
me. So you saw that little tooltip there?
Watch your step.
If I died to something that I could have prevented,
Watch your step.
it would say to me, heavy fail
Watch your
for
step.
DPS. And it would say, you could have prevented this by using X. You know? Whatever I could have used to prevent it. Whether it's stepping out of the circle, or
My power is trans.
using Touch of Karma, or what have you. It will tell me exactly what I could have used to prevent it.
Time to introduce them to the legends of the Tussle Tonks Arena! The Platinum Pummeler! And no mercy for you!
The city's entrance is located just past this arena. You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
Frontal. Watch your step. AOE incoming.
I can bet on a sure thing. Then I ain't really living.
Target you. Frontal. Watch your step. AOE incoming. Frontal. AOE incoming.
A gift of
Watch your step. Frontal. AoE incoming. Frontal.
Nope.
AoE incoming. Watch your step. AoE incoming. Frontal.
Oh, we're down a DPS. That's not good.
AoE incoming. Target you. Watch your step.
Got him back.
My power is
Frontal. AoE incoming. Frontal.
Trash, trash, trash. I'm going to do something very, very bad. Something I should definitely not do. But I'm going to get away with because I'm a Windwalker. I'm going to eat some food and get a food buff. Normally I would do that right, you know, while the dude's announcing the boss.
AoE incoming. AoE incoming.
But for some reason I couldn't do it.
AoE incoming.
Like I say, I know I'm going to die on that first pull. It just doesn't seem to matter what I do. I just always die there.
AoE incoming.
If I was a super duper serial Windwalker, I'd be very upset when I'm barely beating the tank in damage. But when I'm pulling over 3 million and I'm barely beating the tank in damage, I become a lot less nervous about it.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Sick 'em, boy!
Find shelter. Run out. A gift of power. Find shelter. Run out. Find shelter. Run out. Find shelter.
Wow, I can't believe there's been 8 deaths so far.
My power.
I definitely did not see 8 people die.
Find shelter.
I should put that. I did notice 8 people die. I noticed like me die. I'm not sure I agree with that, Valorez.
It'll take me weeks to rebuild him.
But okay. Especially because I imagine the cooldown on jumper cables is pretty big.
Warning, excessive levels of flesh detected. Warning.
Attention, citizens. Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
I'm of 2 minds of this poll. I don't really know if I should be popping Swen there. I kind of feel like I should be saving Swen for that 3rd wave.
My power.
So, you dismantled a few of my lesser inventions. Let us see how you fare against something more advanced.
Same time.
AOE incoming.
So, you possess a modicum of skill. It will prove insufficient.
You know what I mean? It's so
against
close
my
to
Stay
being
away from
to Swen
lions.
being up for this.
Stay away from lions.
And by the time it is up,
Stay
it's
away
lost
from
enough
lions.
health that I really don't want to use Swen.
Watch your step.
I watch myself. I was talking so much there, I almost
away from
didn't make it
lions.
into the safe spot there.
Stay away from lines.
My power is transcendent.
Stay away from lines.
Share in it.
The invaders have made it past the outer defenses. I want their stench removed from my city.
I have activated all civic defenses, my king. Rest assured, these organisms will be expunged from our metropolis.
Ah, crap.
Do not allow these bots to detect you. Remaining
Root
within
up.
the steam will shield you from their sensors.
Now I'm behind. Move, 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 move. Go. The other part about not using, not savings when there, is it wouldn't be up here, and I wouldn't feel so bad about not using it here.
Welcome to my garden, trespassers!
No matter which way I do it, I should have it up for this.
AoE incoming.
The flame cannon.
Roses are of the highest caliber! Just take a little off the top.
AoE incoming.
Consider this your burn notice.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
You can use a twin! It's your
Nice. Clean. Like most boss fights,
Stay
if
away
you
from
do it
lines.
right, Gwen is up for the next trash pull.
Stay away from lines. Stay away from lines.
A gift of power.
We can commandeer
These
that
ones
transport
really don't
to access
matter.
Mechagon's tower.
We'll get them anyway.
So, my Miss.
Why it wasn't letting me click on that, but it wasn't.
I'm impressed you made it this far.
You
Oh,
are
boy.
no longer my father. Just a malfunctioning
I don't know how you
machine
would
that
ever
must
three
be
chest
shut
this.
down.
You'd need
Poor
way more
child.
DPS than I've
If
got
only you
to
could
three chest
accept
this,
the
I think.
truth. The curse of flesh has run rampant across Azeroth, and I will replace it with mechanical
AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming.
We're gonna try and soothe. Well, we tried to soothe. Didn't really work out for us, but
My power is transcendent. Share in it. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. AOE incoming. My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Witness perfection.
Watch your
You cannot elude my targeting system.
watch your run out.
Elude my targeting system.
Watch your run.
hate it when he does that.
My power is
You cannot elude my targeting system.
watch your
Feel like I can never dodge that well enough that when he does that laser thing and follows somebody.
watch your run.
This. No. No, you go away from me.
You cannot elude my targeting
Phase 2.
You think you have defeated me? Fools! All you have done is dismantle a piece of furniture. You wish to test my true ordnance? I will happily oblige.
Run out.
Magnetic grapple engaged.
Run. Keep moving. My power is transcendent. Share Run. Keep moving. My power is transcendent. Well done.
We've got to. We tuned that. Nice. I didn't think we were gonna.
The mech originator has been destroyed. And so has my father. You have my gratitude, heroes. Know that King Mechagon's vision of the world is not one my people share. We must now focus on rebuilding.
Okay.
But if you ever require our
Stop
assistance,
recording.
you need only request it.
Huh. This partnership
Hold on,
wasn't half bad.
see.
Reminds me how profitable working with you Alliance
Great.
folks can
Plus
be.
2. Whew.
I have many wares.
So. That. Now. Do you believe that that is... Yep, there we go. Our vault's taken care of. Let's go over here. Now, all we need is just a little patience. So tough. Let's see what Metro's up to. Like it's 14 Bloodgate. I think it's really pretty good. Living on a prayer. Make it, I swear. Whoa, living on a prayer. Let's see. Actually, before we can get into that Warman. Warcraft made easy. Where is it? Warcraft made easy. Priority 10. He wants it Lust for DPS. Password is 3. Mind you, if he takes me, he has to get needs Lust. Hold on, ready or not, it's all that you got. Living on a prayer, if I had to make it, I swear. Living on a prayer. Living on a prayer. The Fogger elixir. I'm pretty sure I actually have it here somewhere. Yeah. From what I saw, that doesn't do very good, much. It really doesn't. Let me check that again, because I have the vesting slot gear stuff up. We'll double check. Yeah, they got that down at the F tier. That Noggin Fogger elixir. That's why I'm not using that. Yeah, the only really good ones I is Signet of the Priory, and that's only really good if everybody else has it, I think. I might try the improvised Sephorium Pacemaker if I got it. But those are the only two trinkets I think I don't have from Dell or from Mythic Plus. Got Cujo's. Pretty sure I got Signet of Valkyrie Concordance. I've got Remnant of Darkness a couple of times. I think I don't have Charge Storm Raccoon, but it's crap anyway. Pretty sure I've got the Grim Codex. Conductor's Wax Whistle. Might not have that. But I definitely got Azarok's Beating Heart. Ravenous Honey Buzzer I might not have. It's like two that are sea level that I don't have. And there's two that are A and B tier that I don't have. It does, and I will run it again, because I keep running it. I will, and I'll even show you. Okay, see here? I'm locking in my Alchemist Stone because I refuse to work without it, right? And I've got everything, and I even put that Cujo's that I just got in there. Just to see if there's any upgrades I can get. When that comes through, I'll show it to you. And I can almost guarantee you nothing's going to pop up. Hey, Jimmo. I did that. For what I can, like I can't, literally can't pop anything up to 665 right at the moment.
There is much to be done.
Show you what I mean. Oh yeah, which is fine on the sim.
Go carefully.
It's fine to do that, but I'll show you here. I can't get any more gilded currency this week. So until next Tuesday, I have them all, so it's not about targeting. You know what I mean? To me, it's just not. It's what I have.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
And I can't do anything until next Tuesday. So when I go next Tuesday, I can look at my vault and see, okay, what do I have in my vault? What if I upgrade these to max? What comes out on top? But since they're all at the same eye level anyway, right? Like they're all 658. Honestly, it bothers me that suspicious energy drink is the highest. It's the best one that I've gotten as champion. I would give anything to throw a hero thing into that slot. But I can't. Because none of them, every time I've done it, none of them have popped up. It's just, ooh. And, funny thing is, that suspicious energy drink is still a C tier trinket. It's just, the guide says, it literally says, anything below a B aren't generally strong or meaningful enough to merit special comments. They either have a buff with a weird timer or simply low numbers. And that energy drink is a weird, it doesn't have very high numbers. But it's still the best that I've got so far. Which is just annoying. I really can't wait for the dinars to come out. Because my understanding is the dinars will let you get stuff that you can upgrade all the way to Mythic. So I should be able to get that House of Cards. You know? Should be and once I get that, it should make a huge difference to my DPS.
Told you the tale of the hosen and the buttercream pie? Perhaps best saved for another time.
Then I can just go and just upgrade it to Mythic. I won't have a champion piece in my gear slot anymore. But the best one, even though it has a weird timer for its on use, is the signet from the signet of the Priory, which might drop if we ever get into the Priory. It's the last portal we need. It drops a trinket that's kick butt. Honestly, though, if I was actually targeting something, I'd go after the improvised Sephorium Pacemaker. Because even though it gives crit, it's a passive trinket, and I love passive trinkets. It's just so much easier to use. And honestly, my crit's low enough where, although my crit's balanced with my verse, which is just
To plant
beautiful.
a tree is 50
My crit's
years
low enough
ago.
where I wouldn't mind bumping
The
it up a little
second
bit.
best time is now.
Although I don't think that's right. I think I'm probably getting some verse from this. Yeah, that's why it's balanced. Yeah. So, let me show you. This is what my trinkets come out as. The best one to add is the Mechanocore amplifier, and it's a 7k DPS loss. The Noggin Fogger's Ultimate Deluxe is an 82k DPS loss. Yeah, exactly, War Saint. Exactly. The passives are so much easier to use, and there's so much as a Windwalker where we're running all over Hex Half Acre trying to avoid mechanics and make sure we stay in melee range and everything else that we're trying to do at the same time. I don't find it physically worth it for most on-use trinkets. Not to mention, and this is why my spec is so weird. I finally got my keybinds at a place where I'm basically using these 12 now. Yeah, I've got my defensive ones here, and I've got, my invisibility here, my detox here, and my healing pod here, whatever. My main stuff that I'm going to use is right here. And especially once I get into 12s, I can stop using stuff like Bring a Peace as much for this particular weekly affix. And Touch of Death on that other weekly affix. I can start concentrating on just these 12 for pure throughput. And if I get an on-use trinket, especially one with a weird timer that's not 1.5 minutes for Zwen, makes it a lot harder to use Zwen, because the only way I can fit an on-use trinket into here is if I macro it to Zwen, right? So, I mean, that's why I don't use stuff like, I'll show you my spec loadout. I don't use, well, there's another reason why I don't use Slicing Winds. Even though it just got a big buff. I don't like the Evoker-esque talents that you have to hold down. It just something feels very not right about using it. And I always use it incorrectly. I don't use Whirling Dragon Punch. Thank you. I've worked very hard on stuff like that. Something I've concentrated on a lot. That's why my WowOP.io damage score is a little lower, because I'm not thinking strictly about damage. I'm desperately trying to be as useful as I can, because I know my damage is going to be lower than other people. Want to be as useful as possible. But I don't use Whirling Dragon Punch, and the reason is goes back to BFA. Tell you about when I was progging through Mythic Nyalotha, we were doing that first boss, Rathion, the Rathion boss. There was a mechanic, and it's come up there. It came up in Visions as well, where movement was detrimental. Movement would give you a debuff, and especially on the Rathion fight, I always remember I could clear the debuff myself because it did ticking damage that stacked depending on how many stacks of the debuff you had. I could clear it myself with Tiger's Lust, so it wasn't good way of putting it. It wasn't a burden on the healers because I was clearing it myself a lot. But I also couldn't use Tiger's Lust to clear it off other people like you were supposed to. And Whirling Dragon Punch simultaneously counts as movement and freezes you so you can't move out of things while the animation is going on. And the animation is long enough that it's killed me a bunch of times using Whirling Dragon Punch as movement or as a DPS when it's not moving me, but it still counts as movement. I just want to choke Whirling Dragon Punch. Like, you could be such a good talent if only you either A, allowed me to move while the animation was going on, so I could move out of stuff, or B, did not count as movement. Either of the two I'd take. I would take either of the two and just be perfectly happy. If you gave me both, it would be the best talent ever. But because it has those restrictions, I don't take it. And I mean, for Dragonflight, it wasn't even worth taking because the damage was low enough that there was other options that were better. So I got out of the habit of using it. And when we finally got our key bloat cut down for the War Within, I was just like, no, I'm not adding that. It's the same reason why I don't use Conduit of the Celestials, because it adds another button, and I really don't want another button. So I don't use that, and I don't use that. Instead, it gives me a couple of little things, and I'm still working. I'm still not 100% certain about this talent point right here. Lately, I've been trying out Ordered Elements. I have gone with Inner Peace before, but I find I cap my energy way too often. I have tried Swen's Battle Gear. I don't like that because I don't feel it's super duper useful. I thought I might try Memory of the Monastery to make it work. It might be something I look into. Well, yeah, because it's streamlined, right? It's easier for me as someone who's, and I always say this, and Metro gets mad when I say this, but as someone who's just not that good at the game, streamlining the build is better for me. It's going to get me a better end result DPS-wise. So, I mean, stuff like, I know Jade Ignition is something, and it's a passive, and I should like it now because it's a passive. But I looked into Jade Ignition when I was in Shadowlands, in Season 1 of Shadowlands, because being... Here, let me fix my glasses. I was a Venthyr Windwalker. Hey, Bradley. I'm sorry. Being a Venthyr Windwalker, I was automatically at a huge disadvantage DPS-wise, and I took a lot of flack from a lot of people in my guild for being Venthyr, and I was desperate to find ways to make it work. So one of the legendary pieces of gear that you could get gave you Jade Ignition. And so it was one of the things that I tried to make work. But tracking the stacks and knowing when to use Spinning Crane Kick was a lot of hassle. I even got it to such a point where one of our guild members, a really excellent guy now, the name of Rusty, helped me figure out Weak Aura to help me try and track it, but it just didn't work well. So even though it's passive, I try not to use that one as well. That's another one that I don't use that people tend to use. I'm pretty sure that most people don't use Rushing Jade Wind like I do, but I just love it because A, it's passive, B, it's AoE, and it just works really well being paired with Thunder Fist. Or, sorry, Strike of the Windlord. So, I don't know. There's people who have told me I should take Tower of the Thunder King and, Last Emperor's Capacitor, but just look at how much I would have to give up to get there. We're talking about putting 3 points in somewhere that I would take out from other things that I already like and enjoy. It would be really hard for me to do that. So this is kind of where I've landed. And I've got 1 point that I'm kind of moving around. And in fact, let's give it a shot. Let's try Memory of the Monastery and see how that does in this next key. I've been meaning to try it anyway. So let's do that. Let's try that in this next key and see what we can do. I said that to kind of make a point, Bradley. There we go. You're 3 mil. Here we go. Memory of the Monastery. Let's see what we can make happen. Again, it's a passive thing, yeah? That should do pump our haste up a little bit. That's what I'm understanding from the ability there. So, see how that works. Assuming we can get into a priory. It's my key. Theater of Pain. I really don't want to go into 11s until I get this last portal. Try that. Oh, nice, Bradley. That's awesome. How's it been going for you? I mean, we'll never get into those 11s, but we might as well have something to apply to, right? Good to hear. Eye of the tiger. So yeah, because of my weird spec, my DPS is in a weird place anyway. Most of the time, if I don't get a weird death, I tend to wind up right around 2 million. Which, my understanding is actually kind of bad for higher keys. Hey, Paul. Keys are going good. We've upgraded everything we've gotten into today. Now that we've got our vault filled out, we're just trying to get into a 10 priory so we can get that last portal. And then we're moving into 11s. I opened it up to 11s as well, just so I'd have more things to click on in my applications. Not that I expect to ever get into an 11, but it's nice to have things to click on. When you're looking for that last key to get up to the next level. We're trying a new talent. This is next key as well. I was just talking to my peeps here about my talent choices. And I moved a point out of Ordered Elements into Memory of the Monastery, because we're going to give that a shot. This dude's got some really nice WoW OP stats. I mean, for Outlaw, 5.3 is horrible damage, but... yeah. I am trying to avoid Whirling Dragon Punch, and... I could do Whirling Dragon Punch, right? I would have to move a few things around, but I could do it and that. The problem becomes... I'd also have to move around my keybinds and add something for it. As I was just explaining, I'm really trying to keep my keybinds. Crap in me, I got into an 11. Yeah, no, I feel that. I really do, Bulk. I 100% feel that. We're into an 11.
What is your command?
Oh boy.
The Titans
I haven't done a priory in a long time. Let's see, we've got a Pally Tank and... Yeah. The thing I don't like about Slicing Winds is that it's one of those abilities that's like that Evoker stuff where you have to hold the button down to empower it. I've never been a fan of that mechanic. Whirling Dragon Punch, don't get me wrong, I spent a long time using it and enjoying it, but like I was saying, it's... problem with it is it simultaneously counts as movement, and it won't let you move. Yeah, exactly, Turtle. It's the big thing for me. It really hurt back in Nyalotha, and once we finally got rid of the button bloat, and I finally got my damage stuff into that 12 little buttons there. Granted, I have an interrupt and I have roll in those 12 buttons. I really am loath to get rid of it. But I don't take lighter than air either. Because there's other stuff that I find better. You know what I mean? There's other stuff that I find works better for me, like, yeah, no, I get you. Where is it? Where is that thing that it's... Bounce back. That's the one that I take that other people don't. Because it saved my life more than I could even explain. But I like the out-of-combat movements. I get what you're saying. It's definitely something that I could do and might work really well. It would change my style a lot, right? Yeah, people have told me that before, Bradley. I don't know. Yeah, oh, for sure. It's definitely one of those things. It's something I would really have to work hard on changing my playstyle a lot around. And I don't know if um, the end of the road there would be worth the effort to make it work. Either way, even for just getting out of Whirling Dragon Punch. But I do see the usage for it, and I do see the goodness in it, right? Like, I'm not going to deny that it's probably something that uh, would be a net positive, but is it enough of a net positive to be worth what I'm doing, right? Let's see, we need dominant. Great, great, great. Elemental. Recording. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Don't think we need to. Don't think we need to refresh any of my buffs. This key should not last 55 minutes. 54 or what have you.
Many deals for a friend of Grumpus. He'll like you.
At the end of the day, if I start going above, like, I start actually doing 12s, I might have to look at being a little bit more serious with my build. Might have to look at streamlining it. I want to see how I actually do in 12s when I'm not worried about the weekly affix. Because I think losing the weekly affix is going to give me a huge boost in my DPS. I really do.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his... Watch your step. Crowd control. Draw them away and defeat them. Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control. Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control.
I have to say, so far, taking that talent is actually doing really well for me.
Crowd control. Crowd control. Watch your step. Only the strongest survive. Watch your step.
Oh, I died because the tank died. I thought I died because I did something wrong.
Watch your step. Crowd control.
You like?
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control. Of power. Watch your step.
Honestly, kind of shocked that that wasn't the key right there.
Watch your step. Crowd control.
You know what, Volk? I do not know. I have not adjusted my my frames since me and Metro worked on it. Probably Shadowlands, if not maybe early Dragonflight. So I don't honestly remember what it's about. Cryo target? Probably.
Watch your step. Crowd control.
Well, there's the key.
The strongest survive.
I wasn't even reading chat, Jimmo. I'll have to go back and look at the. The film.
I have many wares.
Okay, we party. Then we go down to stop the recording. Let's watch it together, shall we? After I put it in the spreadsheet. Into this band's spreadsheet. Now, let's see if we can go back, how far we can go back. Okay, that's the start of the key. Oh no, we don't even have to watch the film. We can actually look at the chat here. He goes, KK, we start. Overflowa says, I'm about to come up. Oh, Overflowa. Why? Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that? The heck was that for? I'm about to combust. Why? Oh dear. I'm leaving the key. Yeah, exactly. We're saying I really need to sit down and work on that at some point as well. Yeah, he's pinging. He's pinging. He's about to combust, and he dies, and he leaves the party. Was that the first person to drop? Yeah, I think that was the first person to drop. Okay. So we know. Overflow Storm Rage. Overflow Storm Rage. Oops, got my caps lock on. Overflow Storm Rage. Group after announcing bust. Wondering what the beautiful, beautiful. Okay, I'm just gonna take a quick sec, pop on over to my Google Drive. We're gonna upload that one. I'll send it to Metro after this. Yeah. No, I can see why you would laugh after that sequence. Okay. Now, since we're already in front of the instance, let's find a 10 Priory. 10 Priory. 10 Priory. 10, 10, 10 Priory. 10 Priory? There we go. Prior. 10. Got us a Holy and Prot Pally and a Demo Lock. Holy Pally. Demo Lock. Yeah, absolutely, Warsane. It's one of those things. Let's head into the instance. I was thinking about using Quasi's because I've started to quite enjoy his guides for the different dungeons. I usually watch his and Tactics's. That's a good thing. That is... I believe that's BM. Survival. What? Will let people be survival hunters now? Recording. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do that a couple times. Let's just reapply our buffs because I have no idea how long this key's gonna last now. Yeah, Taxis got some good stuff. I need a beverage. A quick sip of a beverage. Yeah. I figure we've got about 2 more hours to stream, so one way or another we're getting this port, and we're going to start actual 11s. I clicked the button. But now we don't need to summon anybody, so, you know. There's some lock cookies. A chef. Oh, I don't want that one. Yeah, Warwolf. I like a nice sleek mount when I'm going into a key. I don't mind some of the bigger ones when I'm riding around doing world stuff. I like a nice sleek looking mount when I'm riding into a key.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do this thing.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The guard sought to kill you. Captain Dale cries protecting something.
Watch your step. Crowd control.
Bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Crowd control. Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control.
A gift of power.
Watch your
Only
step.
the strongest survive.
I was just trying to keep the pole alive there. In case you're wondering why I died there. Trying to keep the pole alive.
Watch your step.
A gift.
Watch your step. Crowd control. Watch your step. Watch your step.
You know what, guys? Even without the lust, I'm kind of liking where my DPS is looking right now after that talent change. I think that was definitely the play.
A gift of power.
I changed out ordered elements, I think it's called, and I put in it was a monastery one. I'd have to look again. Yeah, Memory of the Monastery for ordered elements.
Crowd control.
Of course, looking at that killed my DPS. But in those large pulls, I was still over 3 million, sometimes 4, even when Bloodlust faded. So that is not too bad at all, you know? It's certainly better than I was at.
Spread. Watch your step.
My power is transcendent.
Spread.
In it.
Watch your step. Spread. Watch your step. Spread. Watch your step. Spread.
For the future, I need to make sure I'm waiting a couple of seconds before leaving the AoE area, that brutal smash.
Spread.
I'm losing up time.
Watch your step.
Not doing it that way.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Yeah, I definitely need to look at my my plater profile, because one of those sharpshooters
Watch your step.
has that line around it. The other does not.
Watch your step.
A gift of
Watch your step.
Okay then.
Crowd control.
Know who did that or how, but usually I'm the only one that can hit that many of the affixed mobs with a single ability. I am dutifully impressed.
Watch your step.
That's right. You get into melee. Yeah, this actually does feel quite nice. The talent change. I'm kind of liking it.
Watch your step.
What my DPS is looking like. Part of that could be the buff from the Pally Priest buff too, but we'll have to see.
Watch your step.
my power is transcendent. I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
See, and that neutral NPC has the thing as well. Yeah, I definitely gotta look at it. Definitely gotta have a peek. At my player profile.
Watch your step.
My power is transcendent.
Watch your step.
In it.
Target you.
That time, purification did not kill me. Looks like I'm going to be watching Quasi's video again today, after the stream today. I think it's been too long since I've done this dungeon that I'm missing stuff. That's not cool. Not cool when you're trying to get a portal.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
While the reflective shield is up, we do very little damage so that we don't die. There we go.
You won't peel off any
That part I remember.
must defeat Dale Cry.
Tainer, the intruders defile the altar of the sacred flame.
I'm just gonna get a quick fight here.
A gift of power.
Watch your step. Interrupt. Interrupt.
You won't peel off anymore.
Hold! I see their gambit. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenants. Ours is the true path for the Arathi.
I mean, it's definitely meant to be prio target, because you can tell it's targeting the boss right at the moment.
Interrupt. AOE incoming.
My power is trans.
Interrupt.
Share in it.
Watch your step. AOE incoming. Watch your step. Interrupt. AOE incoming. Watch your step. Interrupt.
Well, looks like we pulled extra. I don't think I pulled extra, but
Watch your step.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna look that way.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
I mean, did I pull extra? You guys probably saw better than I did. I was concentrating on the boss at the time.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Good to see you again, Grandmaster.
Well, I died because the tank died again.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Something tells me this key ain't gonna get upgraded.
Watch your step.
Trying not to deliberately break the key, Brad.
Watch your step.
Are these steel strikes, lackeys? Guards! Guards!
A gift of power.
Watch your feet. Watch your step.
Is transcendent. Share in it.
Watch your feet. Watch your step.
They belong to that old fool, Sister Blaze. Destroy these outsiders!
A gift of power.
Watch your step.
Her usefulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty.
No greater deal for you,
Watch your step.
devout priest.
Watch your feet.
A gift of power.
You know, I'm beginning to understand why this one is the hardest dungeon this season.
Those who oppose the Emperor will fall at our feet. By the Emperor's will!
Watch your step. Interrupt. Watch your step. Interrupt.
Hey, I did what I was told to. I soaked after the shield.
Watch your step. Interrupt. Watch your step. Interrupt. Watch your step.
My power is transcendent.
Interrupt.
Man, this guy does a lot of damage. Thank God.
Merprey has warped the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will. To turn against us is not.
Watch your feet.
It's been a while since I've done it, so... I would tend to agree with you, Jimmo. Everything in this dungeon does hurt just a little bit too much. Just give me 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Fine. Now, got my buff back.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Yeah, 12s are gonna be nasty. I still think I'm gonna, because I'm not dealing with the affix, that I'm gonna actually do more damage at 12 than I will at 11. But we'll see.
Belladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength. We Arathi lack an
Target you.
The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazar and subjugate the world.
Yep.
Such heresy. They defiled the sacred flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Kogas.
Whew. I just about got killed by my phone there.
Target you. Target you.
Well, this should be fun. I have no... Purification with no damage reductions left?
Target you.
Help! Help! Second purification with no damage reductions left. It was not fun.
Target you.
I can take a purification now, I think.
What a disappointment you are. My power is transcendent. Share in it.
This son of a gun does too much damage too.
Foolish outsiders. Belladar's sacred flame will simply raise him back to duty.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
If I place it just right, I can get all 10 with my My ring of peace. If not, I have an extended leg sweep, so I could generally get whatever I missed that way. You have a lot of really good tools for most of the affixes, honestly, if I... Paralyze one at range, yeah, I can do a single interrupt.
Sacred flame will cleanse your transgression.
Watch your step.
My blaze be purified.
Face away. 3, 2, 1. AOE incoming. Watch your step.
You know, for that one that has a shielded mob, I got Touch of Death because it only has one hit point at the end of the day, so Executes works really well. I've got that covered.
Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch
If
your
I was a
step.
good monk, I even could help with that one where you have to use Detox. Because...
AOE incoming. Watch your step.
My power.
Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step. Laser on you. Run. Watch your feet. AOE
I
incoming.
could use my diffuse magic to cure me and Detox to cure somebody else. Although there is a problem with that in that it doesn't actually show up in whatchamacallit here, recursive, as something that I can dispel. So I'd have to individually target the person.
Watch your step. AOE incoming. Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step.
Okay. We are now in a good position to end this fight.
AOE incoming. Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step.
All the tough mechanics are now over. It's just about, can we kill her before she kills us?
AOE incoming. Watch your step. Face away. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step. AOE incoming.
Is that an 11?
See you burn.
It is done. These zealots no longer steer our faith towards destruction. all who take comfort in the light of the sacred flame, thank you.
Wait, what are we rolling on? The one good trinket drops, and I roll a 14. Nice. One good Mythic Plus trinket drops, and I roll a 14. Stop the recording. Okay. Pop one of those. It was an 11. I thought that was a 10. Whoops. Still, beat the Warlock. And my DPS is actually higher than it was in other keys, so I'm not terribly upset about that. Completion, and it was 11. Nice. Nice. Oh yeah, that Galliwix trinket looks sick. The Eye of Kazan. Look at that mastery. Yum 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 yum. Problem is, for Mythic Plus, it's going to fall behind the one from Muggsy. Is that the one that I'm talking about? Yeah, that's probably the one I'm talking about. Or maybe, no, it's from One Armed Bandit. That's right. It's from One Armed Bandit. It's going to fall behind that one because it decays as you lead combat. So for Mythic Plus, it's not going to be as good as this one, even though it's on use. Lines up so beautifully, too. Okay. Let's try that again. Let's see if we can actually get into a 10. Oh, boy. Look, I have a Priory of the Sacred Flame in the completion as my best key now. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Priory is indeed rough, but that's just... Whew. Can remove a couple of these 11s. Click on 2 10s. It wasn't bricked, it was completed. There's a difference. There's a difference, I say. There's a difference. Metro's doing. He's off to some key somewhere. Oh. Ken for the alt vault? Sure. Seems to be enough 10s now. Let's just get rid of these 11s. Definitely not qualified for an 11 yet. Probably not qualified for a 10. We're gonna do it. Oh, Metro's doing a mother load. Nice. Okay.
Do you have a query?
Let's see. Did I see 2 Drakthir in the key? Is one of them going to be an WindWalker? I did see 2 Drakthir in the key. Oh boy. Yeah, Preservation and Devi. Have a look. Res. Dude, that's Og. Oh, that's Devi. And Prot Warrior. And what? I believe it. And a Frosty BK. Evoker. I know. I'm so happy that they won't. It's just so good. So very, very good. Why is that? Start the recording. If ever there was a spec that deserves to be dead, it's WindWalker. This dude's helmet looks like
3, 2, 1.
Like a footman from Warcraft 3. My lord. All right.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar.
Nice.
Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
Stop poking me.
Watch your step.
Draw them away.
Watch your step.
And defeat them.
Watch Watch your step. Crowd control. Crowd control. Crowd control. Crowd control. Crowd control. Watch your step. Crowd control.
My power is trans.
Crowd control.
Share in it.
Crowd control.
You know, when I'm over 3 million DPS, I don't feel anywhere near as bad about losing to a 6 million and 5 million DPS people. Or, you know, the over 3 million DPS tank. This somehow doesn't feel as bad.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control. Crowd control. Crowd control. Watch your step.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Shame, ma'am. Your training grounds fall to the intruders.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Spread. Watch your step. Spread. Watch your step.
A gift of power.
Spread. Watch your step. Spread. Watch your step. Interrupt. Target you. Watch your control.
A gift of power.
Watch your step.
My power is transcendent. Share in it. You won't peel off any
Well,
more.
you know, if there's one thing I've learned, using Touch of Death when they have a reflective shield up, it's not for the good.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Crowd control. Crowd control. Watch your step. Interrupt.
My power is
Interrupt.
transcendent. Share in it.
Watch your step.
Hold! I see their game. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenants. Ours is the true path for the Arathi!
Watch your step. Interrupt. AOE incoming. Interrupt. Watch your step.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
AOE incoming. Interrupt. Watch your step.
Gamer down. Get gamer down.
Interrupt.
Sorry, it's just every time I...
AOE incoming. Watch your step.
Every time I see somebody die in a key now, I'm thinking about that one dude from one of Metro's keys who was like, gamer down, gamer down. And every time I think about that, it instantly tracks, instantly in my brain pops up Jimmy from South Park saying that person is down. That person, he's down. I may have played a little bit too much Stick of Truth. That's all I can think.
Watch your feet.
My power is transcendent. Share.
Although Fractured Butthole is also very good.
They belong to that her usefulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be...
It does, doesn't it? It's all in how you spell it.
Watch your feet. Watch your step.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
You know, I never hear Xalatath talk about her power being transcendent again. It'll be too soon. Oh look, I am in combat. Joy. Okay, good. I can finally mount up. Small indie company. You know, not much staff. Hard to test things.
They've served their purpose. Baron, demonstrate your worth.
Those who oppose the Emperor will fall at our feet. By the Emperor's will!
Watch your step.
A gift of power.
Shielded by flame's light.
Enthralled.
This fight is much easier to survive when you don't dip into that little thing.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Enthralled.
I am healed. The flame is power.
That feeling when you hit Control 4 instead of Shift 4. Shift 4 is one of your damage reduction spells. Control 4 is your Augment Rune. Well, that was way easier than it was on the 11.
Merprey has warped the priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why?
Way easier.
She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will. To turn against us is madness.
Interrupt. Watch your feet.
A gift of power.
Yeah. 11 or 10, everything in here still hurts way more than it should. That being said, 3 deaths is a lot easier than, what was it, 10 last time?
Belladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength we Arathi lacked. On Mythicism, the Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazalgar, and subjugate the world!
Watch your feet.
Such heresy. They defile the sacred flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Chorus.
My power is transcendent.
Watch your feet.
I gotta say, this Preservation Evoker is doing really well. There's a few times I would have died if this was that 11 key.
Watch your feet.
Not because the level of the key, but because the healer was not doing as good as this Preservation Evoker. Which is weird, because I haven't seen very many Preservation Evokers at all this season. Like a high skill ceiling, I get what you're saying.
Target you.
Yeah, I would imagine, huh? .25-yard range is definitely got to make it harder to play, especially in a pug environment. Well, I can imagine. It's funny, though, because in Dragonflight, I can't remember which raid it was, but it was one of the raids. One of our healers was a Preservation Evoker. And they were always complaining about having to come into melee.
Share in it. Only the strongest survive.
Oh, come on! Our healer's offline? Oh, they're back. Try that again. Anyway, as I was saying, we had a preservation of Ochre that they always complained about the range. Only having 25-yard range was stopping them from being a good healer. And they didn't like standing in melee. I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering it, but that is how I remember it. It was just weird to me.
No Arathi leaves the Emperor's service, even in death.
Well, yeah, that's... Thing is, in Dragonflight, it was the shiny new thing, right? So you're going to get a lot of people who play it because it's new. And not necessarily because they like it or because they find it enjoyable or... Well, really, John, that's awesome.
Sacred flame will cleanse your transgressions.
Watch your step.
How did you find it?
Face away. 3, 2, 1. AOE incoming. Watch your step.
Yeah.
Watch your step. AOE incoming. Face away. 3. Laser on you. Run. 1. Watch your step. AOE incoming. Watch your step.
Brothers and sisters, hearken to the flame!
Interrupt. Watch your step. AOE incoming. Laser on you. Face run. 3, 2, 1. Watch your step.
Past the tough bit, now it's just don't stand in stuff. And collect your portal. And we get a 2 chest. Can we get a 2 chest? Well, I do believe we can. I do believe we can. Okay.
It is done.
Yes! Mine. Mine. Oh, mine. +2. Get the portal, we get the trinket. That is an amazing group, I gotta say. That was just... Look at my DPS, 2.54. I'm definitely happy with the change I made in my talents. We definitely run in this way from now on. We are definitely running that way from now on. Okay.
I have many, many wares.
So, first things first, let's go upgrade this trinket.
This world is vast and wondrous.
Are you on drugs or something? Yeah, maybe don't eat the mushroom at the start. Okay, so we're going to put this here. And then we're going to switch it down here so it's in the right slot. And then we're going to swap these two. And up we go. Gonna make sure my macro works. Beautiful. Look at that, 107% mastery. That doubles my damage. You realize that, right? 100% mastery doubles your damage. Whew. I love it. Just for giggles. Just for giggles. Just for giggles. I'm gonna find out how much DPS that gave me. I'm gonna run a sim. Find out how exactly what kind of DPS that. Nice. Sounds about right. You can see I'm about 73 at right now, and that's with my mastery reduced. So I'm probably about 75 with it at normal. Sick. Absolutely sick. That 11-11. Oh my stars and garters, as they say. Oh my stars and garters. Let's see just how much. Yes, that added. You gotta understand too, Bradley. I am deliberately all of my crafted gear has versatility and not mastery on it. So if I switch that all over to mastery instead of versatility, I'd probably be right there with you. But I won't, because I like surviving. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, suspicious energy drink is apparently better for me than the Seal of Priory by 7,000, by almost 8,000 DPS. Shut up. That's not right. That can't be right. That just can't be right. It just can't. An A tier trinket versus. Maybe we'll hover over it, so we'll read it together. Raise your signet to the light, increasing your highest secondary stat by 7,100. Yeah, no, I get you, but even WindWalker's considered an A tier trinket. Act for 7,158, which is mastery. That's my highest stat. Act inspires nearby signet bearers within your party, granting them 188 of the same stat. I get you. Well, son of a diddle. Son of a diddle. I'm screwed until I get dinars then. There's just no two ways about it. I'm screwed until I get dinars. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. See this way. These are the trinkets I have. They're all at the same eye level as this champion trinket. None of them are better than it. I don't want to play 2 minutes when. I hate 2 minutes when. I like the 1.5 minutes when. It's the same reason I take the talent that gives me extra Zwens for my Fists of Fury. Ah, okay. Have a look at this, okay? This is the trinkets for Mythic Plus. Signet of the Priory. Yeah, Funhouse Lens would be great. If I could get it at Hero Track. Be even better if I could get it in Mythic Track. I'm just deeply screwed until I can get the dinars to get the House of Cards, I guess. There's no way my raid is going to be beating Heroic Eye of Kazan anytime, or Heroic Galliwix anytime soon. Or even Mythic, yeah. I'm pretty sure I did. Pretty sure my thing is set to sim 5 targets. But we'll have a look together. Tell you what, we'll actually take out that and that so we can sim it. And Dungeon Slice. Number of bosses 1. I mean, Dungeon Slice is what I'm supposed to do to sim 5 targets, right? So I've simmed 5 targets. There's... I guarantee you that suspicious energy drink is going to come out on top. It's just insane to me because of how low it is down here. You know what I mean? Pretty sure it's actually a delve one. Yeah, it's a C-tier trinket. That's weird because usually he's pretty good. I get you, Bulk. It's just, it blows my mind. To my way of thinking, the mythic trinket should always beat the heroic trinket, right? Like, there should be enough of a delta that you're inspired to go after the higher grade of gear, right? There should be an inspiration for it. There should be a, yeah, I really want to get into mythic so that I can get the really good stuff. But there's too much overlap in the different levels of difficulty and different levels of gear, I think. And this is the example that I would use. I don't have a lens, is my point. I don't think, if I don't remember off the top of my head. But... do I have a lens? Lens. Yeah, I don't have the lens. So simming a lens is moot at this point, right? I want to farm level 8 delves. I want to do level 11 delves for my... I know they're super easy. They're too easy. They bore me. That's why I only do level 11 delves. Even level 11 delves are starting to bore me, to be perfectly frank. And quite frankly, the way delves are set up, I don't think they should give gear that's better than Mythic Plus or Raid. Because A, they're solo content, so they're by definition easier. And B, they don't give Mythic track gear, which is what I was kind of, shaking my head at to begin with the whole, Delta thing. I just believe Mythic gear should always outdo heroic and normal and LFR gear. I mean, next week I'm going to, when I log on Tuesday, I'm going to go and do LFR anyway. If I get an LFR House of Cards, I wonder. Yeah, no, I get it. When I came back from being in the hospital, that was how I was able to drop into Mythics at all. Yeah, I agree, Jimmo. That's one of the bits of frustration I've had. That's why Dinars are so good. And I don't mind that Dinars are so good, and they'll eventually get me the House of Cards that I can upgrade to, Mythic track. I have no problem with that. See? Energy drink. Better than everything. Actually, if I was really, if I didn't love my alchemy trinket, I could probably squeeze an extra 2k out of throwing the signet and the energy drink together. But I like having the verse that I have. It saved my life a number of times. You saw it save my life in that dungeon a number of times. Just having that extra 3 or 4% verse kept me alive a couple of times. Oh well. You know what, guys? I think that is a perfect way to end today. Tomorrow we come in, we hit 11s hard. Thanks, Matt. Verse, and I will say this, and I'll argue it to the end of my days, is still a better form of mastery for WindWalker. The only thing they did was make it easier to get higher percentage of mastery. That's the only thing that's making it better. But if you had 20% mastery and 20% versatility, versatility is still always going to be better. It's just they cranked up the amount of percent you can get for the same points of mastery over versatility because they're trying to drive people into it. But it doesn't matter how much damage you do if you die every 2 minutes, right? That's because they haven't turned it up the way they did with mastery. That's my point, Dave. Burst does a lot more than pure damage. And I like it. I like that it does, because not to belittle myself again, but I'm not the best Windwalker on the face of the planet. I make a lot of mistakes. So, you know, I like having that little buffer that helps keep me alive. Anyway, as I was saying, I think that's a good place to stop, because we've got all our portals. We can hit 11s hard tomorrow. And, yeah, we can, hopefully by this time next week, we have all the 11s timed, and we can look at maybe going into 12s. I would not be adverse to moving things around in my spec just to see if it can get me better in 12, but I want to try 12s the way I've got it now first. So anyway, I'm gonna head out. Take care, everybody. We shall see you next time. Peace.